Beavis and Butthead are not real. They are stupid cartoon people completely made up by this Texas guy who we hardly even know. Beavis and Butthead are dumb, crude, thoughtless, ugly, sexist, self-destructive fools. But for some reason, the little wiener heads make us laugh.
身を削りありつかん尊くの儚き飯意地張って咲かせましょう燃ゆる花びら血染め模様泥水育ちのその花はい地桜やることはわかるだろうかけ捨ての命ならば歯を食いしばって立ち向かえこんな馬鹿げた宿命に枯れても根付くはたくましき男やることはわかるだろう本物の男ならば意地張って咲かせましょう燃ゆる花びら血染め模様泥水育ちのこの目はい地桜食いしばって立ち向かえこんな馬鹿げた宿命にド派手に咲かすさ満開の一桜
I'm pretty sure that the next chapter is around the corner. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Welcome, everybody. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the class trial is coming up. We will see how far we'll get, but I think chances are. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we'll probably do the investigation and then maybe do the trial, or get halfway through the trial and then we'll pick it up some other time. We'll just see how things go. I don't know if I'm I'm trying to think how quick we did the last couple of trials. I know that we're at the start, so they're going to be a little bit easier than the ones later on. They get a little more intricate with it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm pretty sure the class trial is around the corner, so we'll see how that pans out. And then, let's see, I think Neo, kind of like what I said, I'm just gonna be targeting, like, the main mini bosses and just see what happens. And sure enough, I just beelined right to... I would die, beeline right to the next boss, take on that, die somewhere after I kill him, and then move on to the next. So, yeah, it's kind of been... it's been something. The new area... where we're at now in the game, I just kind of feel like, God, I feel like I hit my limit as, like, how far we could go. I feel like the only way I could get through the areas that we're going through now, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong on this, I'm pretty sure I would just have to, like, just go back to the easier ones, grind up, and see what I could do there. Because the areas I'm at now, I'm not seeing it. But anyway, we'll just have to wait for tomorrow and just see what happens when we end up crossing that bridge. So we'll just see how things pan out. But yeah, tomorrow, I think I have a special area. I think they call it Twilight. I unlocked a Twilight, and it's at a level 30. The last one we cut was like a 167. Yeah, ain't no way I'm going to be able to do that. So, we're at a level 30 at best. So, yeah, we'll see how everything pans out for tomorrow. But I already see my future. I'm just going to be dying 1,000 deaths, and maybe we'll get lucky. But we'll see what happens with all of that tomorrow. I probably should go through and see if there's anything, like, I need to clear out any gear that I have or anything of that nature, so that way I don't get doing on stream. But yeah, well, I probably should do that later today, or if not, like, first thing tomorrow morning, and so that way I don't gotta, like, fiddle. I hate fiddling around with, like, menus and gear, and it happens in Division, it happens in fucking Remnant, and now it's happening in... There's, like, so many games. I just have to, like, look at a menu and, like, cherry pick. Okay, this is the gear I want. Get rid of all of this. So, but anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we do tomorrow. And yeah, other than that, I think we're all set to go. But I think I do need to check one last and final thing before we do. Yeah, everything's good. All right. Yeah, let's just go ahead and fire off the game. I'm doing like 50 different things, so I gotta stop and remind myself, what am I doing? I would get super hyped for this song right now, but we'll try and do some karaoke when I do eventually get Like a Dragon Gaiden all fired up. That should be coming out next month or so, I think. When is it coming out? I got the game. I just don't know when it's released. Where are you? Oh, it's in November. I thought it was September. Shows what I know. And I'm looking forward to the game. But again, well, there's so many games on the list. We'll just see we'll just see what happens. Okay. Game's all set. Let's do it. Oh yeah, I need to be over here.
Danganronpa.
See how close we are to the...
Danganronpa.
See how close we are to the end of the chapter. Let's do it. Found myself in surprisingly high spirits and hurried to the dining hall. But when I found out what was waiting for me, I do need to probably double check and see if there is anything I missed. Today we have to look for Alter Ego. Okay, first things first, to the dining hall. I found myself in surprisingly high spirits and hurried to the dining hall, but when I found out what was waiting for me... I need to turn up my audio. Not on your guys' end, my end. Is this it? What happened to the others? Aren't they coming? There were only 3 in the dining hall, Sakura, Hina, and Kyoko. So including me, only 4 people. God, this is why I hate people who take their sweet time with everything.
However...
Anyway, let's wait a little longer, a while longer for the others. So we decided to wait in case anyone else showed up. But no matter how long we waited... So it's 8 o'clock. We've been waiting here a full hour. Why haven't the others come?
Because, I mean...
Hiro, Celeste have never missed a day until now, and what I'm really worried about is Hifumi and Taka. They were more eager than anyone to look for Alter Ego, and they are not here.
It can't be.
Something must have happened.
It would seem...
I was careless. I was too distracted by Alter Ego, but Monokuma gave us a motive. There was no way something wouldn't happen eventually. Monokuma's motive.
$10 million! I've prepared this graduation present for whichever lucky student makes it out of here alive. What do you think? It's 10 million bucks! 10 million smackaroos! It's like totally wowie, wow, wow, am I right?
Hey, Katana, welcome. Good morning. Good morning to you. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out here, chilling with some freaking, Danganronpa. It was someone's birthday, so they kind of said, hey, I would like to see this game. How is this game? It's definitely unique. I will say that. If you like good storytelling, especially if you're into like anime, I think this one is actually very good. Other games that I played that is somewhat similar to this would be, well, maybe not exact, but in the same realm, is something like that. At least in terms of story, at least, is kind of what I'm going by. If you ever played any of the Yakuza games, if you ever played any of the Persona games, I would put this game right alongside any one of those three. They're really good, at least in my opinion. But yeah, I already played this a long time ago. I forget when, probably 2019-ish, I think. It was a long time ago. I remember it being good, but I kind of forgot how great it really was. There was like certain nuances that I kind of liked with some of the characters, and yeah, I would say it's very good, but I do think it's also kind of for a niche audience, if that makes sense. Some people may not. I kind of feel like some people might actually see like the anime look to it, and they might think, oh, it's like too cutesy, it's too maybe they are not really into anime, and they probably have like a already a certain perspective to it that they may not like. So, but with me, it's just an art style is the way I look at it. You know, it's their own character, their own vibe. But yeah, with this, it's a visual novel, so you kind of have to have good story to it. Otherwise, there's not much else there. A lot of reading. There are cutscenes that do take place. So, for me, I really like the game. To really enjoy it, you really got to start from this one. Start with the first one, play this. I actually thought the second one was the best. I did play the third one, but the funny thing is, I'm actually kind of watching the anime as well. I would highly recommend don't, because basically whenever a big moment takes place, it's let's just move it along kind of type of thing. You got like a time frame, and you just got to keep moving. But if you play the game, those big moments that take place, you can kind of like let everything sink in, and you can kind of go at your own pace, and it becomes, I think, far more enjoyable that way. So, but anyway, but yeah, I played this twice already. Well, this is actually my second playthrough, and yeah, I really like it. It's pretty good. So, but anyway. Don't tell me someone did something for money. By the way, we're probably coming up on the end of the third chapter here, so just a heads up for spoilers. That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't bother. I already understood. I understood, and I hated that I did. You can never really know another person completely. Anything can happen here, and you can't consider it strange. Not really.
Hey.
We need to go look for the people who never showed up. Okay, let's track them down. Without another word, we left the dining room.
Hey.
Okay, so usually at the start of the day, we usually meet up in the dining hall. We have some people missing. Something may or may not have happened. It's just kind of suspicious that no one else is showing up. So, looks like we have to track down what's going on here. We can cover more ground if we split up. Sakura, you go check the dorms. Make sure to check all our rooms. Makoto, you check the first floor of the school. Meanwhile, I'll check the second floor.
Okay.
Okay, then I guess I'll check the third floor.
Anyway,
Don't take any risks. If anything happens, call for help right away.
But
I really hope nothing happens. So do I.
Well then.
Okay, let's go. Anxiety was written across each of their faces as we went our separate ways. Without hesitating, I rushed to the first floor of the school. Okay, I need to look around in the first floor. I highly doubt people are going to be here on the first floor. But we're given the job, so I guess we gotta check. Yeah, this is also kind of like a point-and-click kind of type of game. There's like a mild incentive to click on everything in the room. If anyone's ever played like Persona 5, or, well, actually any of the Persona games, you kind of have like social links. They have a similar system in... I think I clicked on that. They have a similar system in Danganronpa where you try and like get more lore and backstory to various characters, and basically I forget what they did in the third one, but the first and second one, they have the same system of kind of like using coins. Although I think coins was replaced with something else, but it was more or less the same system. And basically, by building up a bunch of coins, you can then you can usually there's usually a place you can go to like get presents and stuff. And if you have somebody that, if you have a present that could kind of fit like someone's kind of background, for example, if someone's like, say, a painter, well, if you could get like, say, a paintbrush or paint, that would help further their social link, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I'm just kind of clicking on everything in the room. What the fuck? Someone, come here. By the way, I'm also, even though I already played this, I'm kind of treating this like it's a brand new playthrough. So if it feels like I'm not really reacting too much to certain things, there's a good chance I probably already know what's going to happen. But I'm going to try and be as spoiler-free as possible, because this might be some people's first watch of it, and all my stuff is going up on YouTube, so I don't know if anyone would watch it over there. What? That was Hina. She was one of the people that we were talking to in the dining hall. Oh, shit! Hey, thank you for the... what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or I could just look at my feed. God damn it. Oh my god. Thank you for the 5 bits. Much appreciated. Thank you, Katan. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it. She's supposed to be checking the third floor. There was no time to think. I was running for the stairs before I knew that was happening. I'm guessing we're now on the third floor? I flew up the stairs, heading to the third floor. Right away, I saw her standing there in the hallway.
please.
Makoto. Hina, what's wrong? It's awful. The rec room door was open, and when I looked inside, I saw... What did you see? I better get the others right. I'm gonna go get them. You go on ahead, Makoto. Okay. Before I could say anything, she was rushing downstairs the rec room. What did she see in there? This can't be good. By this point, I was used to acting without thinking, so without thinking, I leaped into the rec room. the first thing I saw when I got in the rec room was... Okay. So we have Celeste. She wasn't one of those that was in the room, so... She looks banged up. It was Celeste, and she was hurt. Okay, usually I click on everything in the room, but I'm kind of tempted to skip that. Well, then again, I guess I don't... I usually, like, read everything kind of type of thing, but... Then again, we kind of already read everything, so... But yeah, if anyone has any questions about the game, I'm all ears. The only thing I would say is, even though that I didn't really like the anime too much in terms of, like, its timing, its pacing, I think I'm gonna try and watch it. Basically, the only reason why I'm watching it again is because I want to see it with fresh eyes and see if it's as bad as I remember, or I'm kind of seeing it again with fresh eyes. I'm watching the first one, and I'm trying my best to watch it along with the playthrough. I think I'm up to episode 4, I believe. 4 or 5, if I recall correctly. At the moment, it seems better than what I remember, but still, there's like so much dialogue that's like cut out, and it's completely not the same. Makoto, Celeste, what happened? I was stupid. I got attacked. Attacked by who? I'm not sure. Some sort of strange man? Strange man. A suspicious person who exists is so unusual, I can't help but call him strange. Without a doubt, it was some sort of strange, suspicious individual. You lost me. And that man attacked me with a hammer on the ground there. I didn't see a fucking hammer. What the... Oh, back there. There it is. Yeah, I didn't see it. What is this? What is that? Justice hammer? Okay. It's some kind of wooden hammer or something. Pretty strange design. There's some writing on the head. Justice 1 hammer. Oh, or Justice Hammer 1. I looked at the picture first, and then I read what was there. Justice Hammer 1. That is the hammer he attacked me with. I barely managed to avoid the blow, but I stumbled and fell. I now curse my lack of daily exercise. You were attacked with this. Justice Hammer 1. Makoto, Celeste.
Okay.
I found Sakura. What? Celeste? What on earth happened here? Apparently she was attacked by some kind of strange man. A strange man. Tell us everything you can remember. Celeste, be as detailed as you can. I probably should briefly bring up some of the characters that we're seeing here. So Celeste, she's the one that's been attacked right now. Her thing is she's the ultimate gambler. Sakura, who we're talking to right now, she is, I mean, kind of obvious. She's a bit of an ultimate fighter. Or I guess I should be saying specifically mixed martial arts. So she's like a martial artist. And then the other one is Hina, and her thing is she's supposed to be like a really good swimmer. We're at a school of ultimates, and everyone has like their own character and backstory, and so yeah, there's my mind's because I'm a pro wrestling fan. My mind kind of goes to pro wrestling a little bit, and it's like, it feels like details like this, only a pro wrestling fan can understand. Because usually in pro wrestling, everyone has a gimmick, everyone has a story, and it's like, yeah, you roll with it. So, or I guess superheroes would also be something similar. Usually most superheroes, I'm not that big into comic books, but I'm aware of them. Sometimes there is like a decent movie that would probably come up. Haven't seen it yet, but seems like the Joker movie seems good, but anyway. Yeah, if anybody else comes up, I'll probably mention like their lore and backstory and everything. Tell us everything you can remember, Celeste. Be as detailed as you can. Needless to say, I should probably also point out Sakura, she seems to be like the protector of everybody. I'm guessing it's because she knows she's big and strong, so she can kind of basically whoop anyone's ass, so by default, she's kind of, our protector. So, usually when someone's hurt, she's gonna be the first one to kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Well, it all happened earlier this morning. I woke up a little before 7 a.m. Nighttime, yet not yet over. But I knew it was about to end, so I decided it would be okay if I decided to take a little stroll around the first floor. Okay. I understood now that that was a mistake. Anyway, that is where I first saw the strange man. I was immediately worried of him. Well, if he's strange enough, that could be problematic. He was obviously suspicious, so I decided to follow after him in secret. Okay. Usually everyone's accounted for, so the fact that there's a strange man, I give pause. If everyone's accounted for and there's a strange man, I think if we're being forced in a school to the death, even more suspicious. As I followed, I saw him go into the rec room. I tried to peek through the gap in the door, which is when he noticed me, and that's when he attacked, and that's when you were attacked. It happened around 7 a.m., just after midnight had ended, so if it happened just after 7 o'clock, then that was just about an hour ago, right when we were all meeting in the dining hall. Another thing I should also probably point out, this is a point-and-click game. It is a crime scene investigation followed by a trial, so it's definitely unique in that regard. So it's not just a visual novel, there got other unique mechanics and stuff. So basically, this might seem a bit like, why are we going into so much detail about specific time and everything else? All of this information is basically going to help us out with the investigation if it goes that route. The attack caused me to lose consciousness, which would mean I was unconscious for an hour. So far, no crime has really been committed because we actually need a death in order for there to be an investigation. But still, someone's being attacked. This is still something we need to make note of. Which would mean I was attacked about an hour.
But...
Well, I'm just glad you weren't hurt too badly. She's standing, she's conscious, she's talking to us. Seems competent, so far, nothing too major. That is because I begged and graveled for my life. You did?
As for me,
I told him I would do anything if he spared me. I offered to lick his boots, whatever it took.
I see.
So you were willing to throw away all your pride.
indeed.
It is a necessary skill for survival. She has kind of always been like, you gotta do what you gotta do in order to survive. So, she kind of does have that stigma about her. Anyway, the important thing now is that we go search for the suspicious individual. If we do hurry, this could become a serious problem. Celeste, what do you mean a serious problem? When I looked in the rec room, I saw the suspicious man was not alone. He had with him. Interesting. So who's he? Hifumi? Okay, Hifumi, he's the fat nerd. Not talking about me. But fat nerd with glasses? Again, not me. Who's into 2D animation. I mean, it's alright, but I almost kind of feel like that's just like just too easy. I'm fat, I'm a nerd. Me and Hifumi might have that in common. Hifumi? But yeah, I think he's supposed to be like a comic book, a manga kind of type of guy, so all I just know is he's really into 2D animation. He brings it up quite a bit. And on the occasion to where you bring up 3D, he almost says, ew, 3D. After he attacked me, he dragged Hifumi away.
What?
You mean Hifumi was kidnapped? So we have something in progress at the moment. She's attacked and Hifumi is gone. Shouldn't we start looking for him then? Listen, Celeste, did anything in particular stand out about this strange guy? Did anything stand out? Well, rather than trying to explain it, it would probably be fast if I simply showed us.
Indeed.
This is Hifumi's hand-me-down, his digital camera. Oh yeah, we actually found that, like, at the start of the game-ish. Or maybe it was the second chapter. First, second chapter, somewhere in there. You don't mean...
Actually,
I was able to photograph the suspicious individual without him realizing it. Seriously? Let's see it. I would tell you not to be shocked, but I fear it would do you no good. You took a photo. I think that would help. With that strange comment in mind, we all looked at the camera. Interesting. I could definitely say that that is a transformer and seems to be attacking Hifumi. Could have just said fat nerd and try and get some focus back on me, but I chose not to go that route. What? Well, you were definitely right about the strange part. Their face is totally covered. Is that a robot costume? That's what I would think. As I said, a very strange and suspicious individual, yes. So this weird robot guy dragged Hifumi away. And I took this right after being attacked. In other words, a full hour ago. Which is why, if we don't hurry, it could be a serious problem.
I see.
I believe I understand what happened. Well, no, there is much I don't understand, but... the point is, someone dressed like that dragged Hifumi away. And it happened over an hour.
Just a second.
Huh. This is bad. We have to hurry. Celeste, do you know where this mysterious man went?
Let's see.
We do have a whole bunch of cameras around. This is one of those moments to where those cameras could... If we were able to find the operating... Jesus Christ, we would be able to see, like, everything that's going on. We'll know who's in the robot costume. Because surely it's a robot costume, right? When they left the... What if it is a real robot? What are the odds? When they left the rec room, they headed left.
I see.
If that's true, they were headed towards the stairs leading down to the second floor. Then he must be down there, right? The second floor. That's where Kyoko was supposed to be. Kyoko, she kind of has amnesia, but I think I may have accidentally let it slip a couple of streams, and it's one of those things I accidentally let it slip. So I kind of know a thing or two about her past, again, because I kind of already played through the game, but she kind of has amnesia, kind of doesn't know what's going on with her exactly, so she's kind of like distant from everyone else, but she seems to be very helpful and very methodical in some cases, so yeah, she comes off, I don't know, I almost want to say a little, well, no, actually Celeste would be more goth. I was gonna say she might be a bit gothic, maybe with attitude, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, she's definitely a strange one. Not really much to go on. She just has amnesia. The second floor, that's where Kyoko was supposed to be. Huh? Speaking of which, why isn't Kyoko here? Sorry, I didn't have time to go look for her.
This is bad.
This is bad. If the strange man did head to the second floor, Kyoko might run into it. We have to hurry. Kyoko's in danger. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, we all rushed out of the room and down to the second floor. You two.
What?
What's going on? What's all the fuss? This is Byakuya? He's definitely not the main antagonist, but if there is an antagonist amongst the group, oh yeah, he's an antagonist. Let's see, what's his background? Wealthy kid, comes from a very high-end family, and I assume his family owns a business and might know some politicians if they are not in politics themselves. Something along those lines. But yeah, he's like supposed to be a prodigy or apprentice to a big conglomerate. What's going on? What's all the fuss?
What?
Oh, hey, it's Genocide Jill. So she has basically multiple personality disorder. Her normal self, Toko, she's an author. She writes a bunch of novels, but when she's not Toko, she's Genocide Jill, or Genocide Jacket, I guess is the other term you could say, but yeah, it's Genocide Jill, and she is a serial killer. Marvelous. And clearly she's in serial killer mode right now. Yeah, you guys playing a game or something?
What are you saying?
Does it freaking look like we're playing a game? I am. Listen, have either of you seen Kyoko or
You gotta be kidding!
Nope. Sure haven't. Are they on this floor? We just got here ourselves. I heard some kind of uproar, so I came running. We came here together.
Stop talking.
You need to be put in the whorehouse. Get someone get this crazy bitch here. She usually does that kind of type of shit. No, you are just stalking me. She kinda is. Anyway, can you guys help us look for them?
What?
Why? What happened? There's no time now. We'll explain later.
That's fine.
Or I guess I meant to say a horny house or something. Anyway, moving on. Well, fine. It sounds like something interesting is going on.
Okay.
Hifumi, Kyoko, if you can hear me, say something. Her voice echoed down the hall in vain.
Oh,
Did you hear something? Maybe.
Perhaps.
I think it came from the library.
Okay.
The library? Okay, let's go. We ran to the library as fast as our legs can carry us. Damn, we're running all over the place. When we opened the door to the library... Well, he... So yeah, they kind of use, pink blood as, like, a way to kind of, like, censor the, gore of this a little bit, so... to kind of make it less graphic. The one interesting thing I will say about this game, I think there is like a beta version of the game, or at least there is like screenshots of it. The game is so much more gory than what they ended up releasing, and when you see how gory the original was, it's like, yeah, it's kind of necessary to kind of have like the pink blood. It just looks like everyone just smeared just jam on their face. Yeah, I was making breakfast and, you know, just thought, you know, maybe have some jelly toast. And man, the jelly just got everywhere, and man, I look ridiculous. But anyway, I digress. It hurts. It hurts. We found Hifumi seriously injured. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the nerd. That's into 2D. Are you okay? I'm glad to see you are still alive. It's super bad, though. Look at all the blood.
What?
How did you get hurt? The guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
What did you say?
What are you talking about? Okay, yeah, so we got Genocide Jill, serial killer, multiple personality disorder, and when she's not Genocide Jill, she's Toko, and novelist Byakuya, who an apprentice to a big conglomerate, Celeste, who is a gambler, nerd into 2D, Hifumi, swimmer, Hina, and, of course, martial artist Sakura. Hello! What's this? It's a hammer, just like the one Celeste was attacked with in the rec room. But this one is Justice Hammer 2. And on top of that, this one is actually a little bigger than the last one. He attacked me with that hammer. He bonked me right on the head with it.
Well...
A hammer that big? I'm surprised you're still okay. I'm not okay. Look at all of this blood.
Hey,
Protein helps heal wounds, you know. Would you like some? I have never heard such thing. Are you sure it isn't just you? Well, I guess we gotta talk to Hifumi. That guy was Robo Justice.
Indeed.
This Robo Justice you are referring to, is it not?
What the hell am I looking at?
Oh, I thought it was fully voice acted. I thought it was fully voice acted there for a second. No, that is actually what he said, though. This is the one that attacks Celeste and Hifumi. Isn't that right, Hifumi? Yeah.
This is unforgivable.
I try my best to not talk over the dialogue, but sometimes I screw up. Yeah, that's him. I'm sure of it. Robo Justice.
It can't be.
Robo Justice, huh?
Damn.
This just keeps getting stranger. It's him. A Robo of Justice, huh? Now things are really starting to get exciting. What kind of special moves does it have? Can it fly? Can it combine?
What?
And then he just leaves. Yeah, that's Monokuma, the actual antagonist. Possibly the mastermind that put us all through this. Why is he here?
Are you okay with this?
I should also point out we are playing Makoto, Makoto, he's the protagonist, and he is the lucky student. That's basically what we got out of him. Other than that, he's just ordinary. Let us not concern ourselves with him. What we need to do now is get Hifumi to the nurse's office right away. That would help. I don't think I went in the nurse's office yet. Forget what floor that's on. Whatever else we do, we needs to be treated as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You're right. Let's go. Thanks, everyone. He's banged up, but again, he's still making sentences, so that's a step up from death. Just saying. We moved to blah, blah, blah. Usually, if I make one mistake, it just snowballs. We moved Hifumi to the nurse's office on the first floor so we can take care of his injuries. How are you feeling, Hifumi? You want me to take a look at you? I'm okay. I think it stopped bleeding. I'm still kind of dizzy, though.
So then...
Perhaps you should rest here a while.
I suppose.
Yeah, good idea.
Well then.
The rest of us should get back to looking for that mystery assailant.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. Before any victims appear, the Justice Hammers seem to be increasing in size. First one, and now 2.
So, in other words...
If there is a Justice Hammer 3, we can only assume it is even bigger than the first 2. If you got hit with anything bigger than that, you would be dead for sure. Good point. I would agree with that. Good point. Tell us what happened to you, Hifumi. Well, I woke up early this morning and started looking for Alter Ego, head of everyone else. I went to the 3rd floor, and that's where the strange costumed man attacked me. That must be what I witnessed at around 7 this morning.
Well...
After that, he dragged me to the library, and whack! Down came the hammer. That must have been 30 or 40 minutes ago. around 7:30, in other words, we would have still been in the dining hall, which means Hina, Sakura, and I were together, and Kyoko was still with us. So we all have alibis. I was in the laundry room doing my laundry.
Yes!
His black underwear is as black as the pitch black darkness of the blackest night.
What?
Blackest night. I don't think that made any sense, but it made sense to her, I guess. Why do you know that? Isn't it obvious? Because I was peeking. Of course. Horny Jill, now. Anyway, so that means Byakuya and Toko were together at the time, meaning they also have alibis. Then the only ones who don't have alibis for Celeste and Hifumi were attacked are the only two we haven't seen yet. Hiro and Taka. That's it, right?
Very strange.
By the way, what happened to Kyoko? I haven't seen her anywhere. Oh yeah, she was supposed to be checking the second floor and I didn't see her up there at all. Where could she have disappeared to? She's disappeared, huh? What a strange woman.
So that's it.
She might be exactly as I suspected. Hold on. Kyoko was with us in the dining hall when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked, so I'm not talking about who attacked them. Huh?
In other words,
I'm referring to what we talked about last night, who the mastermind spy might be. Are you saying Kyoko's working with the mastermind? That's not possible,
what?
isn't it? This woman who seems almost eager to handle dead bodies hasn't even revealed her true identity.
Hey,
Save this discussion for later. Right now, we need to focus on finding the suspicious individual.
Okay.
Yeah, if we don't hurry, there's only gonna be more victims. That might be why Kyoko and Taka and Hiro haven't shown up yet. She's right. We have to do something about that mystery man first. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up with you guys after I rest a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this now. I don't mind someone taking it easy after a concussion, but you don't want to sleep after a concussion. Just saying. Understood. Take care of yourself.
well then.
Sitting down, taking it easy, not trying to do anything stressful, that's perfectly fine. But all I know is it's not good to sleep after a concussion. Okay, let's go. So whoever that is running around, why are they wearing that weird costume? Don't bother looking for reason from a DVD.
What to do? What to do?
So, what are we gonna do? Split up and look around? Our opponent is very dangerous. We don't know what they are capable of. Even here.
What?
What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Really? Up on the second floor. You bastard, you won't get away from me. We all shot toward the stairs. He must be around here somewhere. Let's split up and corner him.
Well,
But don't take any chances. As soon as you find him, call out and I'll come running.
Oh,
Okay, but what should we yell?
just a second.
Anything, it doesn't matter.
So then,
Then is... Okay.
What are you saying?
Oh yeah? Or whatever you want. Just yell loud enough so we can hear it. Oh yeah? I have never heard such a reaction. Okay, whatever, just hurry up and start looking, okay? Let's go. Hey, Mr. Robot, where are you hiding? If you don't come out, we are gonna decommission you? Solid. We spread out in every direction to track down the costume suspects. Damn, we out here looking. On the second floor? Okay. I'm assuming on this floor. Or do we go up a floor? Never mind, the answer's that question. That strange cry. That had to be Celeste. It came from the floor above. She's on the third floor. I sprinted up to the third floor.
Everyone.
Over here, everyone. Everyone who heard the scream had come running.
Just a second.
Celeste, what's wrong?
What?
What was a rather intense scream for someone like you?
Ugh.
I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. He must be down this hallway. Come on, let's go. What is it now? Toko's back. Huh?
Huh?
Well, it's really true. But that doesn't matter right now. That may have been Hifumi. Huh? What was that?
Ugh.
It came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
What?
What about the suspect? We've gone to all this trouble to capture him, right? Then why don't we split up into two groups?
It's all clear now.
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting.
So then...
Very well, then. Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I'll leave the capture of the suspect individual to Toko, Sakura, and the opera.
So then...
We'll handle it. Just go take care of Hifumi. Okay, you guys be careful. With that, we split into two groups. Me and Celeste and Hina all ran downstairs to the first floor.
Just a second.
He's in the nurse's office. Let's go. So I guess theoretically they're supposed to be like right next to us. But no one's here. We stormed into the nurse's office, and what greeted us was a world of dripping crimson. Well, shit. Everything was covered in red. It's pink for us, but it's only because of censorship. And in the center of the red was Hifumi.
No! What the...
It looks like something very bad has happened. I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
No way!
Murdered? You are not serious, are you? He's not really dead, is he?
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What the? That was the body discovery announcement. I think you do need 3 people in order to discover a body. And then a class trial can officially begin. Or, I guess we should say the investigation, then the trial. The body discovery announcement. When 3 or more people discover a body after a murder, that's what plays. And since we just heard it, that means it must mean Hifumi. Someone killed him. One of us. One of us. And look at that. When Celeste said that, she pointed to something. Something on the floor. Something that had also been on the floor after the last 2 surprise attacks. Another hammer. Justice Hammer 3. And it's even bigger than the other 2. Just as I suspected, one strike from that and you are finished. Then the killer. There can be no doubt the suspicious individual, going by what Hifumi called him, the culprit must be Robo-Justice. Whoever's hiding in that costume is the one that killed Hifumi. But wait, you saw him on the 3rd floor, right? Running back into the hall? So, how did he end up in the nurse's office? You are not saying they, teleported or something, right?
Are you okay with this?
We can figure that part out later. Right now, we have to tell the others. You're right.
So then...
Then shall we go? Hina snapped out of it.
Huh?
Are you okay, Hina?
Sorry.
I'm not sure I can move right now. I'm feeling kinda... This is a problem. We can't just leave Hina here alone. Okay, then I'll go get everyone. You stay here, Hina. Very well, I'll leave it to you then. Okay, I'll be back soon. I tried to sound confident and upbeat, but I still hadn't stopped trembling from what I just been through. Everyone else is already on the 3rd floor. I have to hurry. This is where everyone was chasing after the suspicious individual. Where was he headed? Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream from someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. He ran off, going further down the hallway, way into the back of the hallway. Would it be in here? Wooden mallets hanging on the wall. If I hadn't guessed, I would say they use them for making sculptures. Okay. I'm assuming we gotta look around on this floor. The only other place is the... Unless I'm missing a door. Should be the lab. As far as I can tell, there's no one here. but still, I feel some kind of presence. Yeah, I'm sure I can feel someone's presence. This presence. Is it coming from over there in the back? Well, there is a door open. Leapt through the doorway, and when I did, I found another nightmare. The second nightmare of the day was waiting there to greet me. There in a pool of his own blood was Taka, dead.
Danganronpa.
Whose body was discovered in the nurse's office? Taka's body discovered in the equipment. I was witness to two nightmares, one right after the other. No, they weren't nightmares. This is harsh reality. The true nightmare is this reality, the reality I have to face every day, but still. Why is this happening? Oh, she fainted. Toko? Don't tell me Toko, too. Relax, she passed out when she saw the blood. The blood? Oh, that's right. When Toko is, Toko, she has a fear of blood. Yeah, so Toko has a fear of blood. Genocide Jill could care less. Again, multiple personality disorder. We tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. It's like he said, I should just leave her alone for now. Taka? Damn it, why did this happen? I cannot look at the blood? No, the hammer. Now it's Justice Hammer 4, and it's even bigger than before. Is that suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka too?
However...
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? What do you mean? Celeste was attacked with Justice Hammer 1, then Hifumi was attacked with Justice Hammer 2. But this time, it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3?
What?
What's the matter? Well, when you mentioned Justice Hammer 3, you just reminded
What?
Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that has been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
What? Hey!
What? Hifumi been killed? Hey,
I see.
which is why you came to get us. Then we better go check it out. Of course, come on. So, Sakura, Ryakura, and I rushed out of the physics lab. But as soon as we were out of the physics lab, Celeste, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office? Something has came up. Yeah, I heard. Hifumi is dead, right?
Indeed.
Well, that is not all. It is gone. What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared? Hifumi's body has disappeared. What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared. Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
What the heck is happening?
Hey!
Everyone, back to the nurse's office. I practically leaped down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. I reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. I couldn't believe my eyes. Hifumi's body was there just a few minutes later. It just happened. Isn't Hina supposed to be here too? Me and Celeste went to the bathroom. We were only gone for like a minute. And then we got back.
Indeed.
This must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We are all going to die here. We are going to die just like those guys died.
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First there were two murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural.
Huh?
Hold on. What do you mean two murders?
Hina.
Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment.
No way!
It can't be Taka too. It can't be. It can't be.
No!
Hina.
Calm down. We are all gonna die. All of us. They are gonna kill all of us. Then who might the next target be, Toko?
What?
Completely forget. I completely forget she's still unconscious in the equipment.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? We didn't have a choice. She passed out and she refused to wake up.
huh?
So she is still unconscious. Wait, so you knew she was still up there and said nothing? Why? That annoying little insect that clings to me whenever I go. We'd be better off without her.
Bastard!
You bastard. Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. Everyone stop fighting. Right now, we need to hurry back.
Huh?
I can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die.
Damn.
Ryakura, if something happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you. Oh, I forgot how much he was an asshole. We shot out of the nurse's office and bolted up the stairs, heading back to the third floor. We ran back to the equipment room at full speed, and when we got there... Toko. Thank God you're okay. But right away I decided there was something very different here. It was gone. Toko's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something? No, it's not an hallucination. I know I saw it before, and what I've seen now isn't what I saw before.
Huh?
What? Are you saying Taka disappeared too?
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. It didn't just vanish in thin air. Obviously, whoever did this has hidden the body. But why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Anyway, our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree.
Huh?
We gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills us. Before he kills all of us. I don't think you have to worry about that.
Huh?
Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies?
Well...
When Hifumi died, when Hifumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the third floor.
It is so.
After that, we split up into two groups. And now, this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko, who are still missing. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love. That's not it at all.
That's fine.
Well, anyway, yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
Let's see.
Which means the suspicious individual we are looking for can be none other than Hiro. Which further means there will be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. That's right. There is a rule that says you can only kill a maximum of 2
That's
people.
right.
As long as the rule is in place, there will not be a third murder if they were to break that rule. Nitsa without a second thought. Nitsa grinds you, turn you into paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish, like shrimp and crabs? And he's gone. Indeed.
Let's see.
So, since 2 people have been killed, by the way, I don't think that would come up in the anime at all. Just adds further character to all of this. There is no possibility of any.
Perhaps.
There's no possibility in anymore. You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Ryakura? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we would be better off without her, though.
In other words,
Anyway, with that in mind, we can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. The 2 missing bodies. The 2 people have been killed, and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it is Hiro. But is he really the killer? And what about Kyoko? If she's not involved in this case, where did she go?
what?
Hey, Makoto, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Whatever we need to find those bodies, or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then...
Very well. Then let us split up and begin searching.
But...
There is no need to be afraid. No more murders will take place during this case.
I mean...
I know that. I mean, I think I do, but
Hina.
if you are still nervous, I'll come with you.
Huh?
Okay, thank you. No need to think. Then let's get moving. Yell out if you find anything. Ryakura left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. So they can be anywhere. I'm actually getting through this a little bit quicker than I thought I would. The door must be locked.
Damn.
We need to search for the bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that?
Huh?
Where could the 2 bodies have disappeared to? Well, it looks like that's a bust. I guess we're looking for the bodies. Huh. Well, I guess they're in here, maybe? Well, then again, there is that room that's locked, so... Makoto,
Come on.
why are you just standing there? We need to get to the observatory. You mean...
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies had both been hidden in the, repository.
Goodbye.
I already told Hina and Sakura we'll go on ahead. Their bodies were in the repository? Well, I tried checking there, but the door was locked. I feel cheated. Are the bodies here somewhere? Up ahead is the repository. The doorknob turns. I guess it unlocks. Then I had no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door. And when I entered, I saw... the two bodies that had disappeared were right here. The smell of blood had made me gag. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for the second time.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are.
It's the Monokuma file!
Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen.
What?
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Now, make sure to investigate with all your mental might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later!
Okay, see you later. Well then, now that we've found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit.
What the heck?
Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they are dead, you know?
That's terrible.
Dead, gone forever. They are never coming back. Awful. This is all just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clenched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Large, wet tears fell from her eyes. Her tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. This wasn't.
He's alive again? Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light, it's reaching out to me like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
His eyes closed, and they were never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolutely undeniable death. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins. No calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
You are just angry. Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said Yasuhiro.
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure? That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So, in other words...
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi, and then going so far as to hide their bodies. A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. Is that what Hiro
What is this?
If it's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. To kill two of our friends.
That's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although this time it's not all that life or death, the trial will conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through this to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. I actually kind of forgot that scene. I kind of forgot that scene. First, I better check the Monokuma file. Victims were Hifumi and Taka. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it.
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of the case unfolded before our very eyes. We know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well,
There's something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Are you talking about Kyoko?
perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked, but what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude. I'm here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You are talking about an accomplice, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
So then,
So are you saying nobody worked together this time either?
hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. I would, obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder, only one blacking can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
Then we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
well,
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
scream!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put into action. The true blackened, so just one person.
Well now,
That's enough for explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. So there were only to be one blackened, and an accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You might be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
however,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
Indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone a suspect just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
what?
What? I'm offended. When did you... I've been looking over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
You SOB!
Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl?
Huh?
Milk sack?
You gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. And when the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows that what I look like. They don't kill me, the murderous fiend, for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I would be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange, but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Could the Justice Hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers have been obviously seen a lot of use. They are all covered in debris and chalk stone powder. Wait, for some reason this one hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet. Did someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer. Oh, they're probably talking about Hina. Yeah. Okay. Take a look at the dolly. It's a dolly. It doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? And look at the wheels. There's a blood stain on it. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. That's the explanation for that. Yakuza, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died, yeah, he said Hiro's
So,
name.
in other words...
then there is no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, what would he hide? Why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he would be safe as long as his face was covered, because he's the fool of the country. See? I mean, he is kind of dumb, but do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is why'd they bother killing 2 people?
What?
What? Because all the rule says is if you kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? Right? So if you are the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps. I see. So that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. What's with the attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He asked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, what? My voice needs a break. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was?
So,
Mikoto, I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared it was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together.
but
And we came right to the repository to, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked. And we came here as soon as the search started. So there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there, but I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. There are many aspects to the incident this time, too many to be honest, considering that it might be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? Taka, he'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near the body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way, there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Fumi's big, cold body is laying on the floor. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. All the way from the first floor to the third floor. And all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good. I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was a blow to the head, probably from the Justice Hammer 3, which was lying on the floor in the nurse's office. Wait, something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Hey, Fun, welcome. Time to set up all the... read it for you. Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. Yeah, we're going through the trial here, so... if I recall correctly, usually when I do this, it, like, kind of takes forever. At least from what I recall from the last two games I played. It's been a while since I played the first one, so I kind of... because I kind of went through it, it might be a little bit quicker this time around. That's it, his glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now they are completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that and why? Okay, I think I talked to everybody already. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I talked to everybody. I think we're done here. Wait, is there more? There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from the art. The door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so that it can only be locked inside the repository, which is connected to the art room. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it's unlocked now. But Hina claims that there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone, there's got to be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First, the nurse's office, equipment room, just those two. Got it. See if I remember where they're at. Well, the equipment room should be over here. I guess I could fast travel, but yeah. It's just down the hole. should be here. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimate rare event. I bet it's rare for you, a serial killer, this tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently, too. It was on Taka. Or under Taka's body, I guess I should say. There's some kind of tire mark making a mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That reminds me about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire, but that blood have come from here, which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. But even if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Fumi? Fumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Justice Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved from the murder weapon. Why am I botching this? The body was moved, but the hammer was just left here. I don't think this is going to be cold anymore. I'm pretty sure this is going to be warm. Yep, and gone. It's just water. I had ice in it. I was kind of hoping there was something left. I kind of need a drink of water, actually. I can feel my throat. Okay, we gotta go all the way to the 1st floor. Can I just fast travel over? Thank God. As far as I know, this is the last place we need to go. Why are you investigating, Celeste? I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? You know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom, and when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. After everything I've been through, after everything I've been reading, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here for blood transfusions, I guess. It doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. Yet. Oh, camera. Trash can. It's just a normal trash can. Wait, there's something inside. It's a small... It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a molasses cleaning cloth. That would be something that Hifumi would have. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. But it also covered in blood.
Oh.
Did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth, and it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me neither. But I think it might be important. Okay, I think that's everything. I guess we get out of here. So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I want to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant it. Not that you mean to. But you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's Room and let me give you this. Meet me in the dining hall. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow even more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation. Goodbye. So he said to go to Hero's Room, but what's waiting for me there? Let's see, he would be... Yeah, it is on. No? Over here? Yeah, it's over here. We could probably fast travel, but it's literally just down the hall. Hero is... Yo. This door is unlocked. I guess I could go inside. Ryakua did say to go look. It might be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. This is Hero's Room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. Where did he even get it all from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up, which means he can't remember. I need to take a break, which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Wait. What the hell is happening there? I'm just looking at the screen and I'm like... That's, The hell? Okay. I was reading and I was thinking I was seeing something. I was like, huh? So there's like a mild graphical glitch, I guess. It just looks weird because everything else is fine, but there's anyway, yeah, we already read this. Oh yeah, it's still flickering too. It's funny, in the first playthrough, I don't think I came across anything like this, but now I'm seeing it, so... I guess the boxes? I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something and some things made out of, it looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster. Is this Robo-Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. Something about them bothers me. Okay, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong on this. I think Hero said something along the lines of, you have to have good handwriting, so I've been practicing making good handwriting, otherwise a spiritual demon will haunt your dreams or something? So... if I remember correctly, he has good handwriting. But if this is him, that handwriting is trash. So that looks better than mine. So obviously, whoever did this is is apparently better than me. Therefore, they need to go. Makoto, big news, big news. What's wrong? We found Kyoko. What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news. Robo-Justice shown up too. Robo-Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. To think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I have to head to the pool. I ran off to the second floor as fast as I could. Hey. Kyoko? Phew, man. I have had the worst day. Hero? Hero?
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
Yeah, duh. Who else would I be? That's a good question. Wait, why do I look like this? Did someone come along and remodel me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? That's Hero for you. Did the Illuminati come along and remodel me in my sleep?
Right.
I found Hero. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean!
I still can't believe you kicked me. You could You could have been a little more gentle about it. Look, I don't know, cares my face, or cares my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace. There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't, never mind.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey.
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind? And? First of all, Hiro, you need to explain to us why you are dressed like that. Well, I have no idea. 1 second, I was sleeping. Don't even know how that happened. Then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you.
Huh?
Well,
let me out of here!
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? It would make something that you can't. Why would you make something you can't take off by yourself?
You got it all wrong.
I didn't make the stupid freaking thing.
It would seem
there's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got it all the pieces off. Free at last! Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hiro would be able to wear that costume. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
Honestly.
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
Is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
And it's obvious the one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone was Hiro. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Tie me up? Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves a fair treatment. Yeah, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided you killed them.
Please.
What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake Hiro around.
What are you saying?
You are the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costume attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine. If you gotta be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a bit, Hina started putting on the Robo-Justice costume.
Huh! See? Look! See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Hmm?
I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hida took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, now you are all out of excuses. No, see, because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried to put them on. It's no good. The arms are too big. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
See, I told you it was impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
But...
Then there's another costume. There must have one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
What the heck?
Evidence? You claim there is another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hiro's the only one with an alibi. Is the only one without an alibi during the whole thing, anyway.
That's terrible!
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me?
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I've figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed. Taka and Hifumi. What? 2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please!
I did not.
Huh?
Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed...
How about that?
That's it. I know who did it.
So then...
You may as well just tell us that. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right?
I'm at least 30% right.
That is true. He's 30% right. Which means alter ego and or Chihiro must have done it.
Correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please!
Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit that you did it, okay? I'm telling you. You got it all wrong.
Oh, so then.
I know that no. No. Last night someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room, then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So...
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that. What? Really? I told you, someone is trying to set me up. A secret message? A chance to escape? Someone wrote all that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They they prey on me. They prey on my desire to get out of here. They deceive me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure. Please, you gotta believe me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? For serious? Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why did you kill them? Tell us, hero. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why.
Please.
Wait, that's a false, accusation. Someone help.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right?
What?
You're right. I need to look for the second suit and that note. Feet, don't fail me now. I guess I better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko, your Genocide Jack, to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away. Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? I want you to help me with the investigation. It looks like I got a little short, little late start. Looks like I got... Looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. To reject me so simply?
Anyway.
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
Shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we?
Hey.
Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses? I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me. Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey.
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway.
We have to hurry before the class trial begins. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. They are in the repository. Then I guess we should head that way for now. Can I just fast travel? See. Is it over? No, it's over here. Umi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. but only for a moment.
So then...
Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding at the body.
I knew it.
The Monokuma file was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth, she was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable. I guess talk to her?
I see.
Makoto, I found something you did. You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? He did. Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, that's not at all. It's not it at all. Anyway, so you say he had a watch.
So then...
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at the just past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6.
Right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. How long were you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared, pointed at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that. Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
In other words...
So it worked at 10 last night. It couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning it must have been 6 this morning.
However...
Wristwatch. And that's not all. Look at Taka's left wrist. It appears he appears to be gripping something. You're right. There's something white in there.
Makoto.
Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because...
rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? Okay. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper.
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does
it? Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Fumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Fumi's body now. Perhaps he left us a few clues in this note. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Fumi's massive corpse from the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository, all the way from the first floor to the third floor, and all without anyone noticing. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Fumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, which we found in the nurse's office, but when we found his body in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. But now they are spotless. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses clean? But who would do that, and why? Did you find anything? I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper.
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him.
Indeed.
He stuffed it in his pants, so I can only assume he hidden it on purpose, you see. In his pants. Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants, not like his sock or something. His socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto, open it. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like, it better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find it, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
So...
That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hiro said. Then he was telling us the truth.
However...
Although it's not exactly the same, is it? Last night someone slipped a weird note under my door, and here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said meet at 1 a.m. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 a.m.
Is that right?
Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it has been torn off. I think there's likely something... there's likely some meaning there. There's some meaning to part of it being ripped. Could you maybe explain it a little more? Think carefully.
Hey.
Why would he have clenched the scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
Then.
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer.
Hey.
And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them, so the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you are saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may be a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. A handbook may play a role I don't think I understand, but if Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. Thank God, my voice feels like it's shot.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death, And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we better get going. Okay. Alright. I really want to get a drink of water or something, but I think I'll be fine because I'm not going to be really talking a whole lot here. Everyone had heard Monokuma's premonition, and they were gathered by the red door as soon as we were all there.
Monokuma appears!
Hello, hello, hello? He's multiplied.
Wrong.
No, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast, it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma? Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy, tough crowd.
You are not playing along.
Stop talking.
We are not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey!
Then, if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the pain train elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You will never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You are gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already. I didn't do it for serious. That reminds me, did you ever find that other costume or the note? Well, no, but how unfortunate then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey.
This is the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
The screaming cut off. It's just funny to me. She's right. Let's get down there first, then the story can really begin. Yeah. Good idea. That's right. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two that lost their lives, the one who killed Hifumi and Taka, the one who killed two of our friends, the killer is someone right here.
Damn.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. Fair.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes. Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin our argument. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time.
Hey.
Gotta save the best for last. The story begins when we get down there.
Yes.
Come on, Big Mac, let's do it. Big Mac? I wonder if that's a reference to Little Mac. Be funny. That wasn't me. You gotta believe me. Damn it. Thought there would be more to it. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only 'cause of you. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course, I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. It's almost like they knew they were gonna get an anime. I never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. Or podiums, I guess. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. So we got 30 slots, and apparently, I'm reaching the end. I want to keep something of my old stuff, but whatever.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it!
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
Don't try and deny it! You killed them!
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprint for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know!
Is Hiro really the killer, or before anything else, we have to make that clear?
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true! It's a conspiracy!
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
I mean, looking at the blueprints, the handwriting is awfully messy. If I remember right, Hiro's handwriting is...
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof in...
No, that's wrong. Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he is not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
What?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course, he passes it off to me.
So? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question, the one that must have been in the suit. Hiro?
I got it! Other than Hiro, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
The things that were used to move Taka's body, they must have been... It's either the dolly or the blue tarp. Let's go with the dolly.
I got it!
There's still one more thing. Things that were used to move Taka's body.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right? So, let's see if I can explain.
Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right? It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
I never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. But maybe I can change her mind. But if I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. I'm just gonna say yes, so that way I don't gotta have this. So I think we could just... I forget if we get this every single time. But yeah, I already know what's up. I forget if it goes away if I just click on it.
You have it wrong! I cannot agree! You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you! You miserable wretch! I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere.
Fuck.
Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst.
Damn it, my timing's off. Yeah, my timing was so off. We'll be fine.
I refuse to give up yet.
I just gotta get the timing down.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong.
Wait, I think there's another button. Lock on. Reload.
I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong.
Fuck. It's because it's blocking the screen. That's what makes it so hard. Because there's like a timing, and apparently I wasn't reloading. That was a problem of mine. I wasn't reloading.
I refuse to give up yet.
It's doable. It's just got to be incredibly hard because I got to get the timing down. And I don't know if the thing is speeding up or slowing down. So even if I know, yeah, it's going to be difficult.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic.
Oh, shit.
I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
My nose is slowly running. I can feel it.
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jeez, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo-Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
If I look at how the body was moved, it'd be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. Does he mean by that? Well, Tina and ourselves both tried it on, and none of us... I'm assuming that's it.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Can't.
No, that's wrong.
Can't bend over in the suit. Hina said that.
You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
I find it weird that she said this and she doesn't remember. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
There's absolutely no chance the costume was taken off just to move the body because, well, there should be like a latch or something. You can't take it off by yourself.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid freaking thing. That's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah, Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around up on top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that...
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? What was... that was a rather intense scream from someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we gotta go.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Fumi's body was disappeared?
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated. It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Shoot!
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
The Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
No, that's wrong! Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
The evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. There's something that relates to what time he must have died. Wristwatch? Need an A. H. H. Give me an H. Boom.
Now I understand. I've got it. Taka's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
Hey you, how long were you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared, pointed at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock. You know that. Bedtime for little boys and girls.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we gotta go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
we could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time. It would seem so.
His body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is... we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was... alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That... it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible?
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
I'm sure the body discovery announcement was made once, but Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered almost exactly the same time.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Shoot!
I think we failed here. Yeah. I think I want to grab... I think I want to grab a quote from Celeste.
I refuse to give
and
up
then we'll
yet.
try and shoot... I guess the other thing that Celeste said? Something along those lines.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's
Dead body had been found.
Okay, so it's not that.
Shoot!
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been...
And that is what... Are we really...
Maybe the announcement was intended
To signal someone else's discovery.
Shoot!
Are you saying that when we first found him, there's a chance he was actually...
No, it is
impossible. Hifumi was dead, and you know that.
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement. Hifumi's dead body had
Been found.
And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement
Was intended to signal someone
else's discovery.
I think it's something along those lines.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended
to signal someone else's
discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
Damn. I know it's something along those lines. I'm fucking up all over the place right here, but...
Are you saying that when we
I know
first
I'm in the
found
ballpark.
Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had
been found.
Okay, so it's not that.
Shoot!
I know I'm in the ballpark. I doubt it. I doubt it's the watch.
I refuse to give up yet.
I doubt it's the watch. Because that is the bullet that we have, right? The watch. I'm so sure I gotta grab something. Yeah, it's broken watch.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body
had been found.
First, maybe we should do the actual watch just to rule that out.
Are you saying
Let's
that when
do
we
the
first
watch
found
first.
Hifumi
Do
in
all
the
three.
nurse's office,
It's probably gonna fail.
there's a chance he was actually still alive?
I'm pretty sure it's not the watch, but I'm just ruling out a possibility.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body
had been found.
Okay. And then now we just need to do the third one.
Shoot!
Again, just to roll it out.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance you...
No. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body to Hifumi's dead body, and that is...
Are we really? Maybe the announcement
Was intended to signal someone else's
discovery.
Okay, maybe it's taken,
Are you saying that when we first... There's a
Workflow.
chance he was...
No. It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body discovered Hifumi's dead body, and that is...
Are we really? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
okay. Hopefully we get one more go.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No. It is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body
had been found.
There we go. I knew it was something along those lines, but I wanted to rule out the watch. Maybe I was being dumb.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty. Huh? He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement, the first time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment. And the second time was when... just after Hifumi came back to life. That wasn't it?
Shoot!
I thought that was it. Fuck! Because I think he did come back to life, right? And the announcement came out? Was it not?
I refuse to give up yet.
Apparently I'm an idiot, wasn't paying attention.
Was the body...
that would
Of course
mean...
it was. Maybe.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his...
So there's a... I think we've confused whether...
First of all, it...
That didn't answer...
No, actually... He said even if that...
Exactly.
Come on.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
I'm not gonna read this.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everybody.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned...
Aw, man, was that not it?
Shoot.
It is gonna be the glasses this time, I think.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, that's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository.
Oh.
His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
The evidence I found in the trash can in the nurse's office was...
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A
few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
I
Then
sometimes
there's no
don't clean mine.
question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
The one who moved Taka's body was... Hifumi.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means, when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
The thing that Hifumi stole from Taka, could it have been... the note?
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes, his pants.
In his pants. If I could, I would grab the clip right now.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I swear to God, I should probably get that clip. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Taka's parents.
I got it! That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy! Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right? Oh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary, but still. I can't let her get to... Bring it!
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
The time on the note said 6 a.m. What happened at 6 a.m.? That's what I need to figure out.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, that's wrong! No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they'd found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Proof that Hifumi stole the note from Taka.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository, so he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
Weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case wouldn't become clear until we figured that out. Somehow, I have to find the truth.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance!
Shoot!
That not it?
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers!
No, that's wrong.
Close.
The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used the hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but
based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
can we really say there's no chance two people work together on this?
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
I think I should have flipped it.
Shoot!
Let's try flipping it.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were 2 murders.
Okay.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive, assuming the rule holds true.
It is simple. No, that's wrong. Since there were 2 murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been 1 murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only 1 person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in the scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that 2 people could act as each other's accomplices to commit 2 separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating 2 separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
The effort to convince the other 2 murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she was not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate instances. Kyoko really is amazing, although, when you think about it, she almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's only one person who fits, who seems to fit.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him
that I would go within 10 feet of that shit for brains, that lazy, worthless, goddamn idiot! Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
What it is that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Screaming?
Shoot!
I should have probably read the other ones. Pen and paper in Hifumi's pants. Encountering a suspicious individual.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush, the adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream from someone like you. I saw him, the strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he ended up further down into the hall and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
What was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into two groups, so that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Then why don't we split into two groups? I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting. Very well. Then Makoto and Hina can come with me to the nurse's office. I'll leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Taka, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we're on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but... looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're all going to die here just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Ryako said Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. But what is he... alluding to?
All I said was... they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Shoot!
All I said was... they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
He said that she should only have known about Hifumi's death. With that in mind, what's so strange about what she said is...
All I said was... they must really be... enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all
We should
going
probably
to
do
die
the
here.
Monokuma file first.
We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Shoot!
We should do the Monokuma file
All I
first,
said was,
just to roll it out.
they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the
Sight of us standing around, frightened and confused.
Shoot!
We're gonna fail anyway. Yep. God, my room is so fucking hot right now.
I refuse to give up yet.
I thought for sure it was, take those guys and do something with that.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die.
Just like those guys died.
Shoot!
All I said, they must really enjoying
The sight of us standing around, frightened and confused.
That didn't go through?
They must be positively elated.
Okay.
We are all going to die here.
I just want to double check and make sure.
Shoot!
all I said. They must really enjoying
The sight of us standing around, frightened and...
Okay, so we did those three.
all I said. They must really enjoying.
We're gonna
The
fail
sight
again,
of us,
but
they
that's
must be-
fine.
We are going to die. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to...
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Shoot!
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said. They must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Thought for
And
sure
that
it
is
was
all I
this.
said.
And that's all it takes to... What was so strange
Strange about Celeste's comment?
Shoot!
God, my nose is running, and I just want to hurry up and just get this down.
Is
Yeah,
I refuse to give up yet.
Come on, let's go. So it's not Monokuma file.
All I said was... They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened, and they must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Shoot!
Let's try us and all, I guess?
All I said was... They must really be enjoying
The sight of us
standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all
going to die here.
Okay, that's not it. I guess try us and guys?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying
The sight of us standing
around, frightened, and they must be positive. We are all going to die here. We are going to die.
just like those guys died.
Okay. It's not that.
Shoot!
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around. They must be. We are going to die. And that is.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Shoot!
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened, and they must be positively elated. We are going to die. And that is all.
And that's all it takes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Maybe take so strange?
All I said, they must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die.
Just like those.
No.
Okay, I didn't think that was gonna be it. That was a shot in the dark.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanation. If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the only other possibility is... yeah, both of them were drinking. Absolutely. And they were dancing in the process? Hifumi is dragging the suspect away.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible?
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way!
Huh. If I remember right, Tina said she said that she couldn't bend at the waist.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious...
Shoot! You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! Shoot!
Fuck. Thought we had one more go.
Is it... I refuse to give up yet!
Come on.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
No, that's wrong! No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
Celeste?
Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right, I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
You said people's last names?
I got it! That's right, our last names. He called us all by our last names.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well? Do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept it.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me...
No, that's wrong.
Show us your e-handbook.
That's it. The handbook.
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check our handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Okay. How did the killer recruit their accomplice? Time did the killer call their victim to the rec room? Who was it that killed the killer's summon first? Dear God, I forget. They knocked him out and stuffed him in the... Okay. They used a certain item. He was number 2, I think? Or was he 3? Crap. I forget. No, I think it was 3. He used something to fake. Hifumi? I forget. He used something to fake. I want to say it's the camera, but I don't know if it is. Am I missing one? So that should be it. I don't see any more. Oh, these two. They knocked him out, they stuffed him in the robo-suit to falsely display their evidence. They use a certain item to do it. The images look too vague, I can't really tell. Huh. Maybe that's it?
The killer is you! Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was... Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect, so when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Here's exactly what happened. They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. The killer is you! They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. The killer is you! They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Here's exactly what happened. They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that, but...
Alright. It was the fucking camera. Apparently I got the fucking camera on.
Yes,
do it again. So, whatever the fuck that thing was, put the camera in. What was it? Here? No. Where was it? This one's a bit of a giveaway because I show it here. Come on. That was used in the nurse's office.
The killer is you!
That might be it.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was... Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, They drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo-Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that, but while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is... Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no, Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you are totally correct. The Blackened this time, the killer who devised the whole stinking scheme, was Celestia Lundenberg, more precisely. Taiko? Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost? Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's... ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan, but how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure you relied on your specialty, lying. My specialty don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then
you did you use, you know... I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You are absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... Is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. You are in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you are the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with? Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it'd disappear, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What? Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. What?
So then...
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken a you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him, but how did he do it? He was supposed to yell. She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to it. Are you correct? Which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did.
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to say. He abused me.
What?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime. An absolute crime. I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but I never imagined he would go that far. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I never say before in my life.
Completely unforgivable!
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most unfortunate.
Wait, please. If you go now, you will be playing right into his hands.
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape, and he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? What do you mean? Taka is going to kill you. Taka is going to try and kill you. What?
Indeed.
And also, he can keep her to himself.
This is unforgivable!
That bastard.
Completely unforgivable!
That bastard.
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear I will save her!
What he said.
Actually...
Then, would you like to join with me? It's just so happens I came up with a plan. I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. With that, it is complete. What are you talking about? Nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad. It would seem. You disgust me. Move on.
I see.
You disgust me. I have another question for you. What was the strange costume Hifumi's creation? Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he would make something like that, but it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
So, why do you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it.
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry.
well.
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is what Hifumi is supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live.
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And he really believed that? Well, of course, that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so no one could doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course, there would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well...
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Well, thus far, I guess that is true, because Byakuya, he hasn't killed anyone yet. He's willing to go to extreme lengths, but he hasn't killed anyone. She actually did. So, you could say that is the reference she's kind of making there. Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously, that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. And do you know why?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream, and accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a methodical killing.
As for me...
And it was all for that dream. And that was the dream of yours.
Isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. A castle. And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfect, authentic world of...
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made me that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately, my dream has been shattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it.
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel
do
nothing.
you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you are about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people, I can even fool my own emotions. The conscience deceives the unconscious. And that's why you are not scared.
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice,
Isn't it
then
wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Mary Antoinette.
Hey!
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, she looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile, that what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay, then let's get rolling. The Blacken disturbed the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment for her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What? Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again, in another life.
don't know why it never occurred to me until just now, but I realized some of these endings, they really do kind of come off like fucking, it actually does kind of feel like Twisted Metal to a degree, because that's kind of like the story that you get out of Twisted Metal. It's an old car, like, demolition derby, but they have like guns, and I don't know, it's an old game, but you would have like different characters and different stuff, and that's usually kind of the thing, is they're kind of given like a dream, but it's like twisted, and it kind of backfires on them. But yeah, because with Celeste here, it played off almost exactly like what would kind of happen in like Twisted Metal. You're given a dream of like living in a castle, and things get twisted, and it, like, yeah, you just end up dying in the end. So anyway, it's a whole nother story, I guess. It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friends, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regret from the outside world, and so many people had to die. You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad!
You are all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. It's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you are not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
What's the matter?
So then...
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey.
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh, how exciting.
Oh man. Oh Jesus. Oh man. Oh Jesus. What do you mean, what did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body. What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's about time I get out of here.
Well?
Meanwhile, you guys can go on and enjoy your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
See ya later!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair, there was one small hope. Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you? Most likely, it's the key to the one of the dressing room lockers. What? Then that means Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey.
I suppose sometimes it's easier to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey.
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly why exactly are you going alone?
So...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know? Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm going to go to the dining hall, okay? So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Yeah.
So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
And I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please... wait just a while longer. Now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second since we have this opportunity? I want to be honest with you. I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried. Worried? Like what would happen during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that...
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No, I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me. Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want to tell you. I want to tell you to believe in me too, because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's fine.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kinda blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believed in her, she told me a story that, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come, and when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet. But could Kyoko really be right about this? It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about, could it really be hidden here? She said it was in the back of the storage closet, but I mean seriously, without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet, and suddenly, as if I were being yanked in, at the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. I fell through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I made my way to the other side, just like Kyoko has said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet, and way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? There's a bunch of files and what looked like volume after volume of yearbooks. They are all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file on the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Outspeak Academy Student Registry. This is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Had someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand, and before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file, and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. And that's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, I can't leave, but you must not leave? And what is this? My head feels funny. The strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? Plot twist? A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth, and then darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull, throbbing pain in my head proved that much, as at least. Just a normal desk with normal drawers. An empty bookshelf. Empty? Gone? It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen onto the floor. It's all gone. What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room, get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back to my room. Somehow, I made it back to the first floor of the school. The further I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry, can't see in front of me. I can't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that, as if from a vast distance, I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound is coming from the gym. As I desperately hold my shaky frame toward the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here in the gym? What could it be? I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sound coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Yeah, that was the shot we needed. Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No one-sided human. No, one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay, but you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then could it be the mastermind spy is... Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and stop here for today. Just gonna double check and make sure that it's all saved. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's saved. Yeah, I'm sweating and freaking... My nose was running. I think it's just been so hot that even that stopped. So I need to call it here. I've been going at it for 5.5 hours, so I'm done. I did more than a few full day today, or basically full day, whatever. You know what I mean. But yeah, tomorrow we are going to be doing Neo. Should be a lot of fun. Again, I got through what felt like a difficult area, and so yeah, we're gonna be basically I completed that. So now we got to pick like our next location to go. So looks like we're going into a Twilight Zone. I think that's what it's called. And basically, a Twilight Zone is like if I recall correctly, I did it once or twice, and basically it seems to be the same zone I did before. It's just like it's altered, and depending on the case, usually they are slightly overranked, but this time I think we're at like a 34, I think, or something like that. But this one's at a level 30, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah. But we'll be doing Neo tomorrow. Danganronpa, that will continue next weekend, Saturday. So if you guys want to check that out, please do. If you guys want to know when I go live, check Twitter and Discord. That would be the best way to know when I go live, all that stuff. But I do stream Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, so I usually try my best to, unfortunately for today, I kind of did it at the start, so that's my bad. I gave a little bit of a heads up, but it was like an hour or so before I started streaming. Anyway. But yeah, usually I try and give like a heads up in advance, like, hey, I'm going to be doing it tomorrow, etc., etc. But yeah, anyway, but we are going to be doing Neo tomorrow. I'm probably going to die 1,000 times. But yeah, I think I have some strategies I'm going to go try and like do or whatever. I think we need to focus on our gear, I think, is basically what's up. And more or less, I think everything will be relatively fine, but yeah, I'm just gonna die like 1,000 times, so we'll just wait and see what's up. And with that, I can't think of anything else, and I think we'll go ahead and get out of here for today. But yeah, stream tomorrow. We'll be doing some Neo, and again, hopefully it'll be a lot of fun. And yeah, if anyone is curious about Danganronpa, then yeah, we'll be doing it next week, Saturday, and I think that's it. So, born to lose, live to win. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Neo. Almost said Danganronpa, but you know what I mean. But yeah, we'll be doing Neo tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. I'm gonna be dying 1,000 times. Anyway, I'm out of here. Love you guys. I'm out.